Hey, how are you guys doing today? So, today, like I said, we're going to be crafting some basic filters. I did a run the other day. Of course, we were up on Crystal Palace. We only did 500, and I didn't get any blueprints, which is an absolute anomaly for the basic filter. And so we're back. We're on Planet Calypso, and I'm going to be running a 5K run on the basic filter. I'll use it to get this the rest of the way up, likely a little bit. Um, Reality wise, this is going to take several hours, and so I'm not going to leave my face up here. I am going to be watching and setting here. I'm going to set this up to where you guys can see any blueprint that generate, and any blueprint that generates, I am going to go over during it and after. I would assume this is going to take about 4 hours altogether, just to be honest, about that range. And so we're fully qualified. I think you guys all know that. In case we need to double check that, mechanical engineer, 47th level. And so we're going to get this going. You'll be able to see what skills flow in here. This gives you a little bit better readout of the ped that comes in and stuff like that. I don't expect anything out of the ordinary with this. The basic filter blueprint normally gives a common assortment of basic blueprints, including itself. And so I wouldn't expect something absolutely shocking out of this, but if you're going to be doing runs for skilling and stuff like that, the basic filter is a great start place for not only getting some skill cheaply, but for generating some blueprints for yourself without having to go into the auction house and buy them. And one of the big costs in crafting is getting yourselves into specific blueprints in some cases. And so if you're in a hurry to immediately be in something, you're going to pay top dollar in markup. I'm going to go ahead and get this 5K run started. I'll make my little face disappear. I will be here this whole time, so if you have questions or anything, go ahead and shoot them in. I hope you guys are having an epic day, by the way. So let's get this going. And we'd be expecting, but not for sure, especially after the last one I ran, right? That we would get about 3 blueprints per 500 clicky clicks. That's just a range. It's not a guaranteed. And so we'll, of course, check the statistics when we're done, but we're off. Send some positive vibes. I mean, I wouldn't expect something like spectacular to happen on a basic filter blueprint. I doubt we'll get a global, and I wouldn't totally suspect a blueprint that I haven't seen in any capacity. But if it did happen, it would be nice. Well, at least we get a blueprint increase in there. No blueprints yet, but for sure by the end of a 5,000 run, we should have a stack. And so, looking forward to that. I'm going to assume a lot of it's going to be not really that valuable. In fact, I know a lot of it's not going to be that valuable. But this is a great source for blueprints when you're starting out. finally, we get a blueprint. So component widget 2, I already have this blueprint. If any of you guys actually need this blueprint, let me know. I would let you get it, like, pretty much, I would hand it to you. But you have to let me know, stuff like that. Um, Outside of that, we'll put it, let's look at this. Some of these have markup. This has reasonable markup. We could put that in the auction house, but it looks like one has sold for the whole week. So that's risky, right? Not a big fan of selling things where one thing sells for the whole week and the max you can get is, because we're going to put up, what, 50 peck in a auction fee almost. The max we'd get is 49 peck in value. In which I'm not trying to disrespect 49 peck in value, but I'd rather see that go towards somebody that's actually trying to get somewhere than the auction house or even the TT. By the way, I'd like to point out this widget, you need this to be able to make the gizmos. You use widgets in gizmos, and gizmos, very important. Okay, and there's another basic filter. Um, Obviously, I don't really even think this has any value. I mean, those are probably reflecting some kind of weird cell. But I thought that this is the one that you can get out of the basic component book, but maybe not. I'll have to look into that after the stream. I mean, after the crafting. But that is one of the things. Once you get a blueprint, it's really frustrating, especially if you spent a bunch for a blueprint, right? One of the most common things popped from almost any blueprint is itself. That and a lot of basic bearings and other crap that's totally worthless. But, it is what it is. Sometimes it popping itself is an amazing thing because some blueprints are actually worth a bunch, right? So not really a big issue, but it does happen. So we're gonna avoid being beamed up. We wouldn't be, but I always like to cancel anyway, just to make sure. They must be doing something up there, like boarding on a bunch of people or something like that for a trip somewhere or to go out adventure, which is fun. I'm not dissing adventuring ever, but I'm trying to focus here. Plus, we're only about 10% through this run, guys. Is that not insane? So when I said this is going to be a long run, I mean it's going to be a long run. See, 1500's 2 hours. 6 hour. Oh crap, guys. Oh man, I'm wrong. This is gonna be like a 6 hour something long stream. Holy crap! I didn't even realize. It's okay. It is what it is. Okay, so see right here, that's like 20 freaking something successes. 22 success, 23 maybe. Not quite 23 successes, but you know what I mean. Pretty good. Okay, so there's that basic bearing that I told you. So that is super common. Like, I am gonna be honest, it's more common than it should be. It doesn't make sense that it's so common. It's even common on other planets. Like, you'll get basic bearings when you're running EP1s. You'll get them if you're running this. You'll get them if you're running a host of things. And so it's absolutely only valuable if somebody needs it specifically, and I'm not dissing that. It does go into some stuff. Um, but you're guaranteed basically if you run some blueprints to pop this, so don't spend a bunch of money on that for sure. Sorry, I was grabbing a cup of coffee. Did we get another basic bearing? Yep. That's what I'm talking about. There's no point to buy a basic bearing. You're gonna pop one. So on the right blueprint, we'd average 3 per 500. At this point, it looks like we're going to average at least 2 per 500, maybe 2.5. And so I don't know. I'm honestly, we should get at least 20 blueprints or so. The problem is some of them are going to be redundant. We're going to get 5, 6 of these basic bearings. That's going to be annoying. Literally, there's a chance that we get some welding wire. If we start getting welding wire, we might get that more than once. Here, you know what? I'm going to disengage the one lock real quick, and I'm going to show you what can drop from the basic filter. And by the way, some of these I don't feel currently drop anymore. Um, just because I'm not going to pretend that they do. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to pull up the thing and switch it to where you guys can see what I'm seeing. And we'll be kind of unable to see the other stuff for a very short second. Okay, game capture off. Okay, so I want to make sure that you guys are seeing this, so let me look over here. You guys should be seeing my screen. It doesn't look like it switched over. Yeah, it did. Okay, so if you look, the basic filter can drop from a crap load of stuff, but it drops, and I'm going to tell you what I don't believe it anymore drops. So, I do not believe, or I believe it no longer drops specifically, where is it? The explosive projectile blueprints. A long time ago, if you ran a big run of this, you would get an EP blueprint once in a great while. I could be wrong, and I'm going to let you know. I have not seen one or known anybody that's got one for a while off of this blueprint. Now, if you were on Rocktopia, you'd be popping these more often. And a few other things. These rolled smokes, those are super rare, even on Rocktopia. But I believe that these no longer drop from this. But that just could be my opinion, and so don't take that as a concrete. The EP no longer drops. Donald said so. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't believe it does though. But that's my opinion on it currently. It could change like that. But if you actually look at the overall list of blueprints that this is capable of dropping, it's such a giant list that you don't know exactly what you're going to get. The one thing you do know though is you're going to get some of these basic bearing blueprints, and you're probably going to get a little bit of welding wire. And then from there, we're going to get about 20 maybe blueprints, I hope. Nah, let's be honest. Nah, it could happen. We could get 20, 30 blueprints. 20 would be reasonable. Under 20 would be annoying. 30 would be a good solid run. But they're not going to be 30 different blueprints because some of it's going to stack. And like anytime we get adjusted auxiliaries, I think they stack. Those are rare. We probably won't see any of those. Welding wire, it stacks. So if we get multiple drops of welding wire, we'll only see one stack forming. And so, but I would hope for at least 20, and I would like to see 30. That's where we're at. 3 per 500 is what I like to see on a blueprint. And like on a blueprint that's designed to generate other blueprints, you'd see more. Here's one of the things I've noticed about generating blueprints. The cheaper the blueprint is, the less likely it is to just be popping mad blueprints, you know. And that just seems to be how it is. And so this is a very inexpensive one. It's used for skilling for people right off the bat. But besides just being used for skilling, you get a wide variety of different blueprints. This is an electronics blueprint, technically. Not even technically, it just straight is. These you need, by the way. So let's go up here. So these are weapon gizmos. And these are what is also used to generate blueprints. A level 1 can pull up to a level 5. The level 2 can pull up to that, and so on. You know what I'm saying? And so if you push these, this is why we're working this up slowly and running these on Cyrene to generate pop new blueprints. And I'm trying to get all the way up to, within this year, a Gizmo 5 run. The problem with these is it is insane. So like that takes per each click of those 3 widgets, 20 muscle oil, and 110 nanocubes. And we end up running pretty large runs, like 1,000 run, to be able to generate stuff. And so if you think about that 1,000 run to generate stuff is super expensive right off the bat. Now it's worth it long run as I slowly offload blueprints and stuff like that. I do recoup the money. Um, but reality, right off the bat, front load cost on that is ridiculous. And then after I recoup, each tier takes the tier before it. And so you're basically looking at like a very slow build up process. At least under my method of play, where I don't have unlimited money to play. I mean, like, if it was no big deal to just drop $1,000 into the game, we could just be rolling some crap, right? But reality is, like, I don't just drop $1,000 into the game, like, as a weekly habit type thing. So I try to play off of more some deposits, but I really do try to keep it to some of my gameplay is off of the economic activity that I do within the game. And honestly, over this next year, I'm attempting to slowly shift 100% of my gameplay towards. I'm not going to call it free to play because at this point I've invested a crap load of money and other activities into this game, right? But I'm definitely attempting to move more to a playing off of residual earnings and profits, and more of a streamlined model of play, in which will slow down how fast I'm progressing. But at this point, I don't feel like the same need I did like a year or so ago to push my guy to some point to where they finally had access to something or this or that. Nothing I'm trying to do in the game at this point is anywhere close. Like, I think the next real big deal I want unlocked is Industrialist. I have to hit level 60 on an item crafting or on a component crafting level. And as you guys go up, everybody knows that it gets harder and harder and harder to go up. And so at this point, a level is not a little thing for me. Yes, we're within less than 20 levels of level 60. In fact, we're only, what are we? 13 levels from level 60 as a mechanical engineer. And it will take me more to get that 13 levels than the entirety of all of my gameplay so far to get to where I am. And by a vast amount, likely. And so, at that point, you're kind of more into a, I don't know what you would consider it, but a settled gameplay is what I would consider it. Where like I feel more instead of that my guy's trying to level, more that I'm trying to find a natural fit for him in the order of the basic game itself, so that I can make him more of a denizen of the game instead of how I have been approaching the game, to be honest. If that makes any sense. In which It will make it where I'm not power leveling like insane, but I likely will have a better experience because I was going to do more events and stuff like that. Try to do more of the social stuff too. And so I have not really focused on the social stuff for like a long, long time. I think the last time I really focused on social stuff was years and years ago when stuff got out of hand up in space and stuff, and I was on a mothership, and like everything got way cliquish for a second. And it was very social. Everybody was very tight knit. I mean, for lots of reasons. But then, like, as everything fell out from that, I pretty much went and hermited on a bunch of planets for like years at this point, which is fun. You learn a bunch, but you don't get the overall other stuff that I see that I did not really know a lot was going on. I've seen a lot of players' streams in which there's a lot of aspects of this game that I literally have not had anything to do with. See, and that is the way I'm trying to move more to that. I feel like at this point I make enough stuff to be functionally profitable, and when I don't do dumb stuff like buy up a bunch of rare skills or something, I don't pedlock myself. Sadly, I'm impulsive, and that is like your enemy in this game. I'm gonna be straight up honest. Needing anything right that second is one big giant enemy, and being too impulsive is another giant enemy. And that's like the only times I'm pedlocked. Sadly enough, I am a serial victim of my own impulsive decision making, which is cool. It makes the game fun, but that is literally most of why I end up depositing at this point. And so I'll have to deposit to push through doing the Techno Gizmo 5 series run um, on Cyrene. I'm okay with that, but in theory, from there on out, it would just be like, hey, I want to just go shoot the crap out of stuff in this event or something. And more of my gameplay would be pushed towards social aspect and basically remaining just a denizen in the game while keeping up my economy stuff. Like, at this point, I'm basically going to roll over any earnings that I get from this stuff. By the way, if you guys don't do these investments, I'm not saying that they're like a must. But some of these actually pay out okay. And so like if you're just sweating and you're setting on piles of like 100,000 sweat, you might as well be setting on piles of shares or D's or something that's actually compounding, especially if you're going to play over the long haul. So this is what was supposed to happen the other day when I flew up to Crystal Palace to restock and show people how this worked. Except I'm going to let you guys know, don't run this on Crystal Palace. I got my, like nothing was happening. We did 500, didn't see a single blueprint. I was jaw dropped. And so that's the other thing. What planet you're running stuff on greatly impacts what you're getting. Like we'd be getting totally different stuff on Rocktopia. But honestly, probably Arcadia, maybe Cyrene, we'd be getting similar stuff. Cyrene, we'd be getting a couple planetary variations. And probably Arcadia, there'd be one or two planetary variations in there, but not tons. It's pretty consistent. This is a pretty generic blueprint across the board. But the list of what it will drop is insane, right? And so that's kind of nice. So if you can believe this, we're still just approaching the 1/5 mark of this run, guys. And so this is going to be a while. I am legitimately probably not going to have intelligent comments to make throughout an entire 6 hour run. I wish I could say I would, but we'd have to be reading something from like National Geographic or something like that, which I'm sure would be some copyright violation somehow. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Not quite. So, just so you guys know that are just joining, I'm going to switch to display capture real quick so we can display capture. Now I'm going to switch this over real quick. I'm going to show you. This is the list. If you don't know about Entropia Wiki, no crap, you should know about this. This is a super handy thing. I do not believe, in my opinion, that this drops anymore from the basic filter. And by the way, if anybody knows for sure if this drops still, I would love to hear it. Is it just that it's dropping from recyclers? Is it, I mean, like, I don't know. But I haven't dropped an EP for a very long time, just so you guys know. And I run the crap out of tons of different blueprints. So you would think that somebody would drop it. I'm serious. What drops the EPs, guys? Does anybody know anymore? Is it coming off of the recyclers now? Did they move it to the recyclers? Are those just the same EPs floating in the game? I mean, I'm just curious at this point. I run the crap out of all kinds of blueprints. Haven't popped an EP2 or an EP1 for the year at least, just so you guys know. And so, I'm not saying it doesn't pop anymore, but I used to get like 3 a week and take them for granted, and I would sell them literally, and I'd put them in for like 2 ped with a 5 ped buyout, and I thought I was doing good because I didn't realize one day they were just going to go poof. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm starting to believe that, and I'm really feel I made a absolute failure as a decision when I was just flipping them out right and left. Um, they used to really not be that big of a deal to pop. I've been running the same blueprints that I used to see them on all the time. Like I'd get 2 to 3 a week, and they were an actual good little thing. Like I didn't think that they were gonna just poop. And at this point, um, I legit don't know. I have not seen, and I don't run every blueprint. So realistically, I wouldn't know if it's been moved to one that's an obscure one, right? And I'm not a big enough spender to do recyclers, guys. That's serious. I mean, it, like I've ran some recyclers out of brazen like curiosity, but those are serious. Those are I consider those almost pseudo dangerous. You know what I mean? Like you could make some bad decisions on those. And so I try not to touch those. But honestly, I don't see where these EPs are coming from. If you guys don't know about recyclers, recyclers are serious as crap. I don't even think I have one on me, but you can pop them by running the EP2 mostly, EP3s and stuff like that. I believe in my belief, I think I have popped one before. I'm not sure though 100% on an EP1. I used to be very sure. Oh, so no, I'm not gonna disagree with that statement. So recyclers are for people that are not myself. I am not trying to take great risk for great reward in possibleness. Um, I do know that you can get some ridiculous stuff from the recyclers. I just don't know anybody personally that runs them all the time to where they be like, nah, I've ran 1,000 recyclers and for sure that they don't pop on that. I mean, like, I don't know anybody that's doing that because that's serious cash. Like, that I don't even know how much that would cost to run 1,000 recyclers. You would have dumped some ped through yourself, and that was if you were doing a recycler one, and it was an EP recycler, not a gizmo recycler. I don't know what the cost technically on the gizmo recyclers runs up to. I've never ran one. Like I've ran probably 5 recyclers in my entire thing. Every time I get one, I sell them in the auction in a stack because they go for 4.5 to 5.5 ped each. And so if you get a stack of 19 of them or 25 of them like slowly collected together, that's some serious like extra bonus in my opinion. For me it's some serious extra bonus. I think it's cool. And I'm too scared of running them, just to be honest. Like, there's a chance you just dump that all in the garbage right there. Be like, psh. And that's like not even counting the cost of the crap that goes into them because it's serious as crap. So it's for people more brazen than me or with bigger wallets. I mean, honestly, if it's less than 1% of your weekly income. Oh, I will ask her. Um, I believe that somebody could run that much. They're ridiculous. So here's what's scary about them. If you succeed, they just give you a swirly global because it's that much pet. A near success is almost all your pet back, so it's close. But obviously, a failure is just like boom. You're just like, oh my gosh, did I really just spend that much pet on a click? And so, yes, I don't even know what an HOF on that looks like. No clue. Um, Probably cool. That is serious as crap for something I'm not making to make something. Like I'm okay if I was spending 50 ped on a crafting run in which we're going to craft something in which there will be a sellable item at the end of some kind or something we're bringing into the game for ourselves. But just crafting uh, oh, this is what I was saying with the we knew we'd get some welding wire too. So these are going to be the common things. You're going to get basic bearings, some welding wire. That's not uncommon to get the blueprint that you're running. And then we're getting the widget. That's a good get. But besides that, the rest of the stuff is stuff we'd predict to get. Here, the vehicle suspension, that's rare. That actually has a markup. I have a stack of those, so we have enough that we could actually craft those and sell the real thing, though. Or just make an actual vehicle. And so we're on about par, right? We're right slightly over 1,000 and we're at 6. So we're right in that 2 point something to 3 range, maybe hold that way. That's why I was so shocked up on that on Crystal Palace. Seriously, ran 2 blueprints yesterday on Crystal Palace. I am not a fan of trying to generate blueprints in Crystal Palace at this point, you guys. I'll tell you that. Don't do that. Okay. So I probably rambled on for a second. I'm going to grab myself another cup of coffee and be ish silent-ish. I mean, not totally, obviously, because I don't have good control, but um, we're doing pretty good, it looks like. So we're 1/5 of the way through. We're just over an hour. Holy crap, guys. Yeah, this really is going to be a 6-hour crafty craft. So, we should get a good amount of blueprints. I think that that's what happened. I think that it was like, nah, you're in space. We're not giving you access to the same list. Because there's a core list for a blueprint. And then there's variations that you pop on other planets. One of the greatest ones for that, actually there's several that are great for that. The Lesser Elysium blueprint for tailoring stuff and some of the decor items is epic, right? You can fly from planet to planet. It'll pop some of the same core stuff on each planet, but on each planet it will actually generate some of their stuff too. The basic leather texture, I have used that thing to generate epic textures on almost every planet. Like, but I've never tried it in space. And there's a really good chance that if I were just up in space, we just get slaughtered on pretty much any crafting run. Because there's nothing, I mean, like, Crystal Palace doesn't have its own blueprints, sadly. Which now I realize space needs its own blueprint book. In fact, if any of you guys have the ability to let MindArc know, think about it. There should be a space technology blueprint book. You know what I'm saying? Where literally you have to craft up in space to generate the like to pop the blueprints, but they all should be like super space oriented blueprints. Like tailored stuff should be like spacesuits and jumpsuits and crap like that, right? And so and so. That would solve that problem. Then if we went up to space, we'd be popping space blueprints. I don't know how that would go over with the planetary partner people really, but I think that that would actually be good. Plus a whole bunch of space like weapons and space like vehicles. Yeah, 100%. They need a set of space blueprints. Yeah. Now I realize that I'm gonna figure out. We will message them. Is that a reasonable thing to turn in a ticket for? Probably not. I was like thinking about that for a second. I'll message them somehow. Probably in their little customer service thing. I think that that's a suggestion. Do they have a Entropia suggestion box? Dang, they need one. I'm gonna get more coffee, because obviously I need more of that, right? Hold on one sec, I'll be right back. Okay, so now I've got more coffee. So I'll just be honest with you guys. This is one of the best, hey, let's get started into crafting ones, especially if you use the Monria thing. If you don't know about Monria, Monria is great because it has a daily to get 75 pack in basic, um, I believe it's engineering actually. Yeah, it's engineering. At one point, I used to do ridiculous things where I would go there for 30 days and do a 30-day challenge and just do it every day for 30 days. In which, if you figure that out, that's a crap load of engineering, right? So, if you're going to be an item crafter, after you're done with that, though, you're going to go over to Tolan. Well, I don't know where the little dot is. It's supposed to, it's right there. There over it. Sorry. Everybody flying around is everywhere. So Tolan, or Tulan, sorry guys, Tulan, is right here. So it has a daily mission for your machinery. And I'll show you what that is real quick. So you're really going to want to jack up your blueprint comp and your engineering right off the bat and your intelligence, period. Those are super important. Mechanics is important. Here's what we're talking about though. So machinery goes into items, not any of the subcomponent crap. You don't even have to worry about it, right? But all your item stuff, you're going to worry about that. And then if you want to do like vehicles and stuff like that, you're going to want to go in mothership like crazy. Just as a heads up, mothershipping will give you a bunch of vehicle tech. It'll get you vehicle repair engineering, you know what I'm saying, which is not the same as actual vehicle engineering. They're separate things. You actually have to go and work up or chip in the skill um, for vehicles the rest of the way. But I'll tell you, the one cool thing about vehicles is industrialist doesn't go into it at all. And so as soon as you get to what is it, manufacturing methodology, which is back this way probably. No, I'm sure my manufacturing's right here. You're done. That's all the hidden skills for vehicle engineering. Like the other stuff is more, and this is the manufacturer vehicle that you need to actually craft vehicles. The other stuff will not actually help you that much. But to get a good start, you just go jump on a mothership for a little bit. Um, Honestly, I would probably say mothership at least a 5th level, maybe more higher. 10th level, something like that. Go to Monria, knock the crap out of Monria for a month. Go to Tolan, knock the crap out of Tolan for a second. Then decide what kind of engineer you're going to be. You're going to do clothes and crap like that, and furniture and domestic stuff. Stay in that Tolan next island area, more or less. Maybe hit Arcadia a little bit because they have all those cool Japanese ones. They got like insane cool furniture, like little Japanese coffee tables and whatever those one little partitions for rooms are. They start with an S of some kind of fact. We could just look up what they are. Boom. So Arcadia has a good amount of furniture, if you guys didn't know. We'll just go like this. And all of their furniture, see, this is good stuff to know. If you're wondering what I use to generate furniture on planets, on most planets I use the basic butt joint. But on Arcadia, I use any of these. And I just generated this one. I've never used it yet. But I have done runs on this one, and this one, in which that's where most of my retail shelving comes from, guys. In fact, All my retail shelves come from this kind of stuff. And in all honesty, look, the different retail shelf stuff. I don't have this wicker couch. I would like to pop it. Honestly, I don't even know why. But they have a good amount of different displays, coffee tables, retail shelves, and such is what I would say. And I must have that other thing in a book. Sorry. I separate out books sometimes too. Limited items go in different books. They're specific. Those items are oh right here. No. Those are not what I'm looking for. Okay, right here. Sorry about that. Okay, so these, like this Sashio lamp, that comes from Arcadia. Um, oh, crafting is epic. It's so much more in depth than anything else in this game because you have to learn what comes off of every planet, what mob drops what, where to mine stuff. Like I had to mine to be able to make one of the items I make. I had to go find an area where I can consistently get the material myself. I don't even look for it in the auction house. It's never going to be in there. But I had to, over time, figure it out. And that's allowed me to not have to worry about market competition at all on that item. I mean, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but the amount of stuff there is in crafting is absolutely ridiculous. These sojos, sajis, I'm saying it wrong. I don't know how to say that, guys. But this is one of those Japanese uh, rice paper walls. I think is what they are, bamboo and rice paper. I'm not sure how they make them. I'm not cultured enough, I guess, on that part. I wish I was. But the amount of stuff from kitchen sinks to tables, you can fully furnish somebody's house if they want it. Most people don't know that there's actually even what's the funniest thing that I think I have? There's a refrigerator I have somewhere, which is to me hilarious because that means somebody can really set up their house. Oh, right here. This is a Megatron refrigerator, right? That's totally a boosted blueprint, so it's going to give me a high boom return. It takes ridiculous stuff in it, though. If you see that, they're not messing around with what they told you have to put into it. Luckily, I craft all that it needs besides what needs to be mined. But even the stuff that they want you to mine is more expensive stuff, like that Quantinium. That's not cheap. And the Alfrix isn't cheap, but it's not as rare as the Quantinium, I don't believe. And so, just they give you a huge amount of things. There's cushions. I don't, and that's just one planet. The reality is that the amount of blueprints that I don't have far exceeds the amount I have, and I have more blueprints than I'll ever craft in items. And so, at this point, I really have narrowed it in a little bit and do custom orders for specific stuff. But I'm more fascinated. My favorite part of this game at this point is hunting for blueprints. Like, the amount of stuff that you don't even know that's in this game until you find out that it's in this game is epic as crap, right? And if you guys noticed there, I didn't show you guys any furniture blueprints that were above tier 5 or anything. So we're still talking. All that stuff exists and is available under tier 5. And so I'm not really even sure what all exists at like the tier 7 blueprints for stuff yet. I'm looking to find out. Just gonna let you guys know. I mean, not today, obviously, but over like a very long term of playing. And of course, becoming immortal so we can live long enough to do that. But I would like to actually see what all you can get. Plus, I'd like to fill at least a book. Like I have some books. If you guys didn't notice, books change as you fill them up. Let's make sure we didn't get anything else. So this book is partially changed, but it's not done that much. That's barely. So the first thing I think that happens is that these two lines appear, and then somewhere in it it'll turn like that. Then I think this one's right before it turns to this kind. But if you get a book, this is probably the closest one I'm to, and it's not anywhere near. If you get a book, oh, seeing that's an attachment. I don't even have all the attachment techno gizmo, guys. That's horrible. Um, oh no, I'm working on it, bro. 100%. I will. I'll let you have. I'll, right? You know, what can you do? What can you do? Nothing really. Yeah. So I'm not working on it, but honestly, in reality, there are amazing biological advancements being made in science every day. I don't believe that like technical immortality is about to exist within my lifetime, but I do believe within the next 20 years they could expand the lifespan by 50 years. And then within that 50 years, you don't know what kind of advancements will be made. And so, in all honesty, not really trying to get there yet, but I do believe advancements are very impressive. As you noticed, we got another basic bearing. That's what I was telling you guys. Like, they're just throw those out. They need to legitimately um, cut that in half drop wise, probably. It's literally drops way too much. It's okay. But no, biological advancements are pretty impressive. And so, you never know. Immortality, you never know when a spatial anomaly is going to happen and just like poof, you know what I'm saying? Our sun can just go one day, and I'm not trying to be mean. And so the idea that you're going to control things like that is ridiculous. But oh, thank you very much. I don't know what happened, but thank you. You're very epic. But I am for the advancements that are being made. It's freaking awesome. If you look at what they're doing just on cancer, right? And that's a cellular issue. That's literally your cells aren't communicating in a functional way, and so they've decided to grow in a way we determined to be hazardous to you. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what cancers are. It's anything that sits in that range. And they're starting to, in a way, beat that crap. And so if they can actually just keep along that track, if you think about it, they beat cancers, that's going to jump the average life expectancy of mankind a huge amount. And then you're looking at like, hopefully they can boost quality of life. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to just see lifespans blow up without a comparable like increase in quality of life. And so at that point, you're looking at reality is probably cellular regeneration and stuff like that, in which cellular regeneration, it's not just theoretical possible, it's likely possible, but we're just not there yet. But you jump lifespans on people, and the guys that are doing research now all of a sudden have 50 more years to have an influence on their field and stuff like that, and to pass knowledge. And that's not if we don't have comparable, like, genetic manipulation of intelligence. And that's where we really could see some booms, right? Like, so I don't know what happens. Like, I'm pretty confident that that mankind's on a fascinating arc to doing interesting stuff. I just I'm not gonna be the one to guess at where that goes. You know what I'm saying? That's way sidetracked though. But I have that many goals in Entropia Universe that I think to be able to do them all, I would have to be immortal. Like, crap, a lot of goals inside this game and out. But, like, don't you guys feel that you could play your guy for like 50 years and probably not have them exactly where you wanted them? Even knowing that you probably don't have exactly 50 years unless there's major medical advancements. I mean, like, I don't know. Or I guess Elon Musk's working on that upload into the internet thing, right? That's cool. I don't know if I want to go that way, but I do find that fascinating. There's some other company that's doing that aggressively too, by the way. Like really working on that. My opinion on that is I'm not sure about that. So yeah, that's why we can't take over space without genetically manipulating and advancing ourselves. For one, we're going to want to increase our own bone density and stuff like that so that we can actually survive on more than one planet. And we probably want advanced lungs that can breathe more than just the atmosphere that we currently breathe. And then on top of that, lifespans and stuff like that. You want a guy to travel like 50 years across space and then what? Set up a colony and some stuff and still have a life. And so I totally think we're going into space. I just hope we don't do stupid stuff to postpone that. Like, that's my only worry. It's like a good chunk of mankind is really intelligent and really trying to go somewhere. And honestly, a small, very devoted chunk of mankind seems to not want that direction to happen. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be talking crap or getting into weird talk, but I would rather us be moving forward in an advanced rate, and it seems that we're a little shy on stuff, to be honest. Like, in all honesty, it kind of shocks me that we will spend, and this is why I don't like to discuss certain things, we will spend vastly more money delivering military payloads against each other this year on this planet than we will spend delivering payloads to a colony on Mars. In which that to me is absolutely kind of silly. It is what it is. Uh, yeah, I would like to see some funding just as aggressively to defeating some diseases as to defeating other groups of ourselves. Or like maybe colonize a planet or two so that there's an option when we mess this one up. Because at this point, and I'm not hardcore on any of the leaning any direction. I'm pretty neutral on stuff. I do not, though, reasonably believe that we do not need a plan B at this point. I mean, not to be mean, but I don't. There's too many people who have weird agendas. I don't know what their agendas are. Honestly, I'm kind of a little bit not sure that we're not going to mess this planet up pretty bad and make it pretty sucky. And so maybe we should start practicing terraforming Mars. We might have to terraform Earth back to being an habitable planet. And that's not like political rhetoric. That's just like I don't think that's right now necessarily, but like we should probably get practicing. It could be good. I don't know. Spend some money on that. I'm going to try to focus on non-political rhetoric and more on Entropia though, so that I don't get flagged on some platform. Because somehow that anything you discuss that's outside of topic can sometimes slightly suppress your view hours, which is kind of sad. So, anything fun you guys are doing this week? Kicking butt? We should check the events. Now that I realize that we've been missing out on doing a lot of social events, let's see if there's any good social events this weekend. Okay, let's see. What does this Noosel think? Okay, I'm gonna find out what this Noosel thing is. Oh. So I can't just copy paste that, huh? Okay, well we'll go to Entropia Life and we'll check those. There's some kind of Noosel event. Yeah, that drops pretty rare. Tide claws are awesome though. Are are you hunting the big ones or the reasonable ones? Because there's a really good area on our on Cyrene in which the tide claws are huge. They're so slow. I don't know your hunting level. You might be hunting massive stuff. I assume sometimes stuff and then we find out that it's not. This is a prize. What is this? Oh, so whoever gets the biggest global, 75 ped. I don't feel I hunt hard enough for most of the hunting ones, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you guys are. Yeah, this is a biggest prize hunt too. So it looks like Arcady is pretty much extra prizes, which I always like. What is the crap with this? This is a bunch. The Great Mollusk Hunt, huh? What is that? Okay, so it's not. Okay. So that's not all at once. You'd have to hunt the crap out of that. Does anybody just do, besides just players in their private chat, like normal, hey, 20 people, I'm going to craft this many of this gun, and we're gonna shoot this? I mean, like, these are all landowner ones, you guys. Hold on 1 second. I just assume he's on. Just gonna be honest there, guys. It wasn't even I was free to play for a very, very long time and did very well that way. And then one day I crossed to the dark side, and we're now trapped in the dark side. We're gonna see if Dissy's AFK because he's often AFK for some reason. I'm not sure, but I'm hoping that he has an event that because he normally will craft a bunch of some gun and then he has like a hunting event, but he doesn't put it up in the event thing. I think I'm gonna host an event when we get to Arcadia or some planet. I'll have to figure out what that's gonna be. Oh, that's somebody doing that stuff. Okay. King is not on. So at one point, long ago, I feel this event thing would be slightly different. Because they're ticketed events. Let's look if there's another planet that has an event that might. And there are no events anywhere else right now. Guys, this is crap. Are there land grabs of any kind? That's always going to be almost controlled by the same group. Okay, not shocking. Okay, guys, that was interesting. So I make a cheap Arcadian sword that's really good for new people. Well, I might make a batch of them for event type purposes. That's probably going to be a good idea. I like swords for events because then you don't have to worry about if somebody has a pet or some crap like that. You know what I'm saying? The sword is its own pet, except training swords. Those training swords they require pet. They require ammo. I mean, holy crap! So we're still so far from this being done. I feel I should make some lunch at this point. This is about when I normally start streaming. Can I tell you guys that in my mind, when I was like 5K, somehow I just horribly miscalculated the math on it. And I was like, oh, that's about 4 hour run. And then when I was like sitting there thinking minutes after in the run, I realized that that wasn't looking like what was going on. So I recalculated in my head. I'm like, oh crap. So you are not correct. I mean, well, I'm not correct. By the way, if you guys are needing one of these and you're in the area when we're done with this, and I'll tell you where I am so it's not even hard. Because these aren't like blueprints that I'm going to sell in the auction house, right? Um, I'm at, I believe it's Athena. Oh, Athena Spaceport. Yeah, that is what it is. Um, if you're just trying to get some blueprints to start, and that is on Planet Calypso, by the way, that's where I'm going to be. And I will legit just hook somebody up. Like these ones, the limited ones, I'm gonna keep because I'm stacking those for purposes. But any of the ones that are all just like normal ones that somebody would need because they're trying to get started crafting, nah, I'd give somebody that. I'm not even worried about that. They're 1 pack each, and they're a risk to put into the auction house. I like they would use one of my 50 slots that we get per planet, and then we're not like locked on that right now anyway. But there's a chance that they don't sell in the auction house, and then you spent some odd pack on something that's 1 pack. That makes no sense to me. So, but it could help somebody else out, and then they wouldn't have to spend 1 ped to buy it out of an auction house because it would just be handed to you. I'm not even going to charge for these. So, like, legitimately, if you're thinking, I would like to craft, I need a basic filter, a bearing, a widget, and whatever else. Boom. That's it. I'm going to go and make something to eat real quick. I will be watching this, but I probably won't talk while I eat because that'd be weird. And honestly, I don't want to have eaty sounds going on in the mic. So I'll probably be really quiet. Okay? Okay, so that was yummy. So basic structure is what we got. Honestly, this has kind of been a drought because we were doing really good holding at 3. This is not quite 3 per 500 on this last 800, you know what I'm saying? But it's going okay. So the basic sensor, that really legit is another amazing blueprint. This one, for one, a lot of people actually burn the crap out of these. They go in a bunch of stuff. I already have one of these, but this is a really good basic blueprint. It pops a whole bunch of like electrical components. Very similar. It's a little bit more expensive, I guess, than the basic filter, but this is a good blueprint popping one. Plus, if you get good at these, I'll look at the. Let me write down so we remember. This is such a long crafting run. I think they'll forget to look at some things if we don't write them down. We'll look up the markup on basic sensors. I'll bet you. Well, I can't picture it being a bunch because this is able to be made at a really early level, but there's almost an insatiable demand for them. And so we'll find out. I'll look that up at the end. So, oddly enough, we're not even anywhere near halfway done. We definitely should have really started a little earlier, I guess, but we'll just be running into the later afternoon, I guess. And that won't be bad. So we should get about at least this much more in blueprints down here or more. That should be a nice little stack. We'll have a bunch of metal residue up here and stuff to do something with. I don't know what the crap we're going to do. The goal for this week is legitimately, I don't think I'm able to put helicopters down in my store for some reason. Like, I don't think I can lay them on the ground and have them sellable. But I'll probably be putting this Grungan in the auction house, but the detail on it will be, it'll be all super customized. We're going to customize up a Grungan over the weekend, which is going to require us going to like next island and killing the crap out of a specific mob. A few things actually. It's going to require some stuff. But I'm trying to figure out a way to like do it to where like either we drop it off somewhere or I load it to the auction on stream because it's not going to have an actual logical markup for what's going to go into it. Like, it would be super expensive for you to do. And so, or maybe I'll just get one of those prize wheels. I have no idea. I never know how to do that kind of crap. That's the problem. Oh, we could hold an event and give away some fancy helicopter. Now I got a plan. That helicopter's getting fancified the crap up, like insane level. Plus some other stuff. I don't even know what's happening now. It's what happens when I refill myself on food and coffee. Oh, oh. I fooled myself into thinking we were at 999. Do you guys think it's amazing how your mind can trick you? I do too. I'm sure you guys do. That's why I say that, but it's just fascinating. The other thing I think is one of the most fascinating things that people do, in which I'm not a psychologist, so like, we're not going to get way into it because then I'd just be talking out my butt. But the way people will take gambits and high risks in their own personal lives when there's no logic to it. You know what I'm saying? It's very fascinating human behavior. It's just mind-boggling actually. Like the good parts of it are mind-boggling, you know what I mean? Like too, like people throwing themselves in the way of a bad situation to save somebody else, knowing that it will destroy them and stuff. That's mind-bogglingly positive behavior. But on the other hand, you got people that like on the lesser end even will be very wealthy in their own life, already have everything they need, and yet on a whim will just take some massive chance and risk it all for no reason at all except some kind of inner core psychological drive that makes no sense. And so, and then all the really bad behavior that's beyond that. But fascinates me. I don't get what drives that stuff. Impulse. Some powerful stuff. And good. Like, honestly, some of the best fun I've ever had in my life is because of impulsive behavior. And guaranteed, the stupidest situations I've ever got myself in my life were because of impulsive behavior. So, yeah. And we only have 3,000 more clicks left to go. What the heck, right? I'll have to remember that 5,000 click runs are all day runs. But this should be an awesome survey of what kind of stuff we get, right? That Gorgon and the Sand King, I swear I see some pretty big pet hits from them all the time. Those are serious hunts. Overall, this is looking nice. Okay, so now we only have 3,000 left. So we're closing in on that halfway point. Let's go over what we have so far. We've got a component widget 2 so far. We've got 3 of these so far. That's not a shock. Basic bearing, I swear they give that away way too much. The basic filter, which is not shocking that we got one of the ones we're running off of. Welding wire, that's pretty common with these two. This, a little less common to be honest, but the rest of the stuff, not shocking. The list on this though is huge, so we should get at least this many more blueprints ahead of us. And so I hope they're of a variety of different stuff. Who knows though, right? Let's cross fingers on it. I'm gonna go over it at the end anyway, but that is gonna be a long, long while from now. I'm gonna just say space is active. Let's see, what the crap is everybody just... Everybody's flying around. So, let's see where... These guys were just over there, right? This is the ground. Yeah. These guys were just here. Now they're there. That is at the space station still, so nobody's flying right now. That's what I would guess. That's the one that almost beamed us up. They're doing VIP transports and stuff, is what I think that is going on right there. They usually do a lot of... By the way, if you guys are ever on a planet and you hit a massive global and stuff like that, Do not go and load that up in your ship and decide to fly the frick home with that. What you do is you, depending on your weight yield, like if you're way high, you need to get a secured like mothership or privateer. If you're within a reasonable range of weight, and I don't remember how much they can carry, they something like the amount that I can carry, basically like 350 kilograms or something like that, maybe, with their grab boxes and stuff. And I'd have to ask somebody, but most normal like hunting trips and stuff like that that a lot of people do, they could just have somebody that has one of those Firebirds flying back, warp style. Um, if you ever have like K's of material on you, for sure contact a warp ship or a trusted privateer, not just a random, hey, I'm hitchhiking from anybody, but like a trusted privateer. Those will usually be in your space chats and stuff like that anyway, but always super concerned of new people get like going off planet, all excited about like having a great time. They go have like a lucky day, and then like you have to wonder, are they going to make it back? I mean, so don't be that guy. Make it back. Contact a secure warp thing. Or just sell it all before you come back and take your cash. And that's another way to do it, just to be honest. But that's real hard to do if you have a bunch of stuff that has a high markup and you know it would sell on Calypso, you know. And so, and you're not going to pay like too much for a mothership warp. I have to use them all the time, and in all honesty, they're always worth it. And you don't have that long travel through space. You're just like poof, and then you're off. And most of them are nice people. I mean, I wish I owned a mothership. I'm gonna just be honest. I would probably just be like wrecking it in space a bunch, but you know. It is hard to believe that we're not even halfway through at this point. So, but you guys see what I mean in like there seems to be like a cycle in which obviously we're not getting any right now, right? And then all of a sudden we'll get some again. I don't understand what's up with that. So it's not you just like at a conference, and I'm not sure if there's really a way for blueprints or not. But I know like I'll be making blueprints, and sometimes for a extended period of time we get nothing, and then all of a sudden we'll get like 3 to 2 blueprints all at once, bringing us back into like the weird average. So don't know exactly what to think about that, but pretty sure that there's a wave with blueprints just like with everything else. I don't know that though. And see, this brutal dry spell is exactly why I don't know 100% that 500 run we did up on Crystal Palace means anything. Because sometimes they're just brutal like that for a minute. It's honestly the reason I like to run giant runs is because if you run a big enough run, like at least 1,000 or so, you usually don't have a big gap like this. This is a really cheap blueprint, so it doesn't shock me that we're not killing it, but um, still we're doing okay. Almost to the halfway point though, right? Okay, so we've got finally another blueprint. It's a basic filter. That's at least something. That was going a little like dryish, but we're doing good. I could picture that. That was probably out of nowhere right there, right? Yeah, I was just watching and watching for a blueprint, and we were in a gap. I assume that we'll get a series of them now, I hope. Try not to panic you on that. Okay, so we finally got a basic sheet metal. So this is actually a pretty common one. It'll actually have some value. Um, People craft the crap out of these. This has a velocity of cells is like insane. People just legit craft basic sheet metal all the time. Um, Man, we're having inconsistent outcomes with the production of blueprints, but we're over the halfway point. Looks like we still have 2,000 clicky clickies left. So that's about 2 more hours, something. Yeah. So we'll get a bunch more blueprints left. Okay, so we got another basic bearing blueprint. I think you guys all know my thoughts on that. They could probably reduce how many of those they give out. So yeah, 12 so far. Honestly, we're not getting as many as I would have thought, and the amount of basic bearings is ridiculous. But every little bit, we're getting really killer hits too. So we might be doing pretty well on this. I mean, just to be honest. And I'll calculate. We'll figure out exactly because the markup on these materials is negligible. And so we've got what 3 peck per click. Now the 2 peck, 5 peck per click, right? So we'll be able to figure this out real quick. I mean, not in my head because obviously I've just been staring at this for too long. But we'll use a calculator. We'll know how much that actually is going to be. Holy crap. Do you know, honestly, when I started doing this run, I didn't think 5,000 clicks was a 250 ped run. I'll have to look at that, make sure that I did the math right. 0.05, yeah. Oh, okay, so this is a 250 ped run. I would not have noticed, honestly. So the only reason we had so much Listerium, you guys, if you remember when I was doing the video showing you guys the mining stuff, I hit a HOF of Listerium. And so we just had a bunch of Listerium laying around, or I probably would have realized that it was that much. I mean, maybe not though. Who knows? But anything, so it'll be easy. Anything we get, we divide by 250 pad. Boom, we know how much we did. Oh yeah, I'm hoping for a profit. I'm not that worried about it more or less on this run, but I think we could have done okay on this. We're definitely not down 10%, which is nice. And in all honesty, I wouldn't be blown away if we actually pulled somewhere in the even to maybe even. I don't know. I don't like to guess without seeing it. On this big of a run, who knows, right? Some of this has looked really good, but right? Who knows? We don't get anything really fancy on this kind of run to where I can be like, hey, the single blueprint over here is worth 250 ped or some crap like that. On some things, we know we're in profit because we've got some specific thing. On this, it's literally going to come down to, did we have enough anomalies to make us profitable despite the fact that this wasn't a perfect blueprint. Who knows though? We'll know soon enough. We're closing in. We're at like 1,527 clicky clicks left. Well, congrats to whoever let that happen for. Another basic bearing. I am totally not shocked. Do you guys see what I'm saying though? On that's too common of a blueprint. They could reduce that out a little bit. I mean, switch it up with something else a little bit. Well, the good thing is we're under that 1,000 mark, right? That's nice. Thank God. This has been brutally long. I don't usually do crafting streams this long, just so you guys know. But we are pumping out. I literally would have expected twice this many blueprints, though, you guys. So I'm not as impressed as I used to be with this. But it still did give us a good variety of stuff. Not sure what I think yet. We'll find out. Yeah, no, I agree. We got a nice little solid wave of them, and then all of a sudden we were out of wave, and it just decided, hey, let's slaughter them. And so, but I do absolutely believe that there's kind of a wave with the blueprints, at least two. I mean, I've not read that anywhere, but it does look like that, right? We are almost to the final 10%, 500 clicky clickies. It'd be nice if we'd start getting a string of blueprints again, but honestly, I think that they're not loving us on this one lately. Okay, well, I hope you have a really good night, and it will be on YouTube. I hope you get some good sleep. Past midnight's pretty extreme, honestly. Especially, I wake up but early, and so yeah, I'm definitely at bed by midnight. I'm actually in bed by like if I can be by 11 o'clock, and honestly, I shoot for like 10 o'clock, which I know is not like hey I stay up and be wild time, but I wake up early, and I'm not really that wild anymore. Oh, I agree. 500 is gonna go like nothing now. The thing is, I think we did okay. We had some strong hits in there and stuff. We just didn't have like mind-bogglingly impressive stuff go on. And a good survey of generic like little basic blueprints, just not anything way impressive, which I didn't really expect that we'd get something impressive off of the basic filter. I am pretty sure though at this point that the explosive projectile 1 and 2 do not drop off of the basic filter anymore. And I mean like I'm not the definitive fact on that, so I'm not going to pretend to be, but I've ran a considerable amount of these at this point. I've talked to a few other people that have been running the crap out of these. Nobody I know's hit an EP off of them for a while, and so I'm really starting to believe that that's no longer in the drop pool for that blueprint. I could be wrong though. If somebody has got one recently though, let me know, because be good to know, but I would almost lean towards that they do not drop from that anymore, which is sad. By the way, if any of you guys need any of these blueprints and you're on Arcadia, I'm at Athena Spaceport, and legit, I have every single blueprint we have gotten, and so I'm not in need of them, and they're not super valuable auction pieces either at this point. And so if you guys need one and you guys want to shoot here real quick before I'm done with the stream, um, you're welcome to shoot here. Um, just to be honest, I've got a few, and they're like basic ones that a normal person might would use. Especially if you're trying to get into crafting. But be warned, if you get into crafting, your whole game is gonna be about crafting. Just gonna say. The dark side for sure. Well, not my whole game, but I'm gonna be honest. A huge amount of what I'm mining is because I can craft something over it, or hunting is because I can craft something over it. And so it definitely does change your gameplay because all of a sudden, like, there's a ridiculously direct purpose in which you're doing everything. And it's usually so you can craft that next whatever item, you know what I mean? Which is neat because you always get the latest of the cool little next items, but holy crap, is it time consuming? Like, sometimes I'll spend a whole month or two on a planet just gathering a big enough stack of a specific resource in which, yeah, all for the craft. 400 left. Man, we are flying through this last 500. 5,000 might be a little bit too long of a crafty run, honestly. Probably should have judged that a little better, but this will be a good sample, right? Shocking. We got another basic bearing. I'm going to tell you, they need to adjust the ratio on basic bearings and just, like, I don't know, half the basic bearings and just mix in some of the other crap that used to be in the mix pool. That's what I'm going to say on that. Well, that's nice. Like a unlimited mayhem armor harness, because I'm gonna tell you that would probably be worth some cash. I don't even know what that'd be worth. Mayhem armor is actually good armor. I have a buddy that he buys mayhem all the time. He buys the limited, and so I could totally picture somebody buying up a mayhem armor harness. That has got to be an expensive item. A permanent one. I'm gonna be honest. I want the what is it? I think it's called the Lich set. Yeah. There's a bunch of good sets that are almost impossible to complete. For a little bit, I wanted a Chronicle set, and in all honesty, if one was ever just cheaply on the market and I saw it, I would probably be all over it. But Chronicle, there's unlimited Chronicle, and yeah, but he might be able to get it beforehand. Like if he got whoever, like I don't know, you could get a full Mayhem set. Like it would cost a bunch. That's pretty insane though. Yeah, that's good armor. Absolutely impressive armor. Maybe they'll continue a mini Mayhem event after they end Mayhem. It would be really good if they did. I like the Mayhem stuff. I think that there's a lot of cool items that drop during it. And so I'm pretty big fan. This next year I'm totally gonna knock the crap out of the robot part. That's my plan, is to kill robots this next time. It rolls around, we're robot killing. It's insanely. I'll bet that cost a pretty penny though. I don't know. The markup on Mayhem armor, if you really are gonna play long term and play hardcore, you're gonna get your money back out of a full set if you could actually get one together. Like even if one day you decided you were gonna quit playing and stuff like that, then what? Like you're gonna have a tiered Mayhem set to sell, and I don't know where you sell that, but obviously some private trade chat stuff going on right there. Um, put that out on the forum or something. I don't know. That's gonna be expensive, but you would make your money. It's not gonna be less expensive later on, I don't think. So, especially if you had like already a full set already put together and stuff. Oh man, I bet that's worth a freaking ton of money. I'm not about to do it, but I do think that that's a way to go. People are really good about saving those mayhem points too. I don't know if I would be able to be as good as some people have been. Like I've heard of people saving points for a pretty good amount of time now, in which they're barely at enough points to buy their ideal "this is what I've been wanting the whole time" item, which is cool, but I would have probably given in to lesser temptation. I'm just gonna be honest. See, I haven't done migration. I'm gonna try that too this next year. I have not really done any of the social hunts at all. Kind of sad, actually. Like I've played this game for like years and years and years, and probably done less social than most of what people like do within a couple months. Which I'm working on changing, to be honest. But I'm gonna click up my little face button so we can see. Obviously, this has been an extraordinarily long crafty session, so was not prepared for that. I really did think, oh, this will be like 4 hours or so. I'm gonna check on who we have the ability to raid after we're done with this. Who's doing Entropia? Okay, there's some people. I'll pick one of these people after we're done. There's a lot of new people doing Entropia streaming that I don't actually know, you guys. Obviously, like I'll probably go in and follow all of them just because I am a big fan of trying to super support everybody. You know what I'm saying? But every time I check, the who does stream Entropia has shifted out again and again. Like right now, I know that there's a few people that have just returned recently and stuff like that, and I think that they'll legit be around for a while. But there's been a few times that there were people that I absolutely liked as streamers, and they were streaming for a little bit, and then gone, and I was like, WTF? And some of them had very well built, really done well channels and stuff. They just didn't stream long enough to realize how good they were actually. Just gonna be honest, like flat out. Some of the channels that gave up were absolutely great channels. They just didn't have the ability to see the success that they were having or any of that. Which I'm gonna be honest, you guys. Uh, I have an easier time streaming and stuff like that than a lot of the other people that stream this channel, because I have other YouTube channels and stuff like that that are already up, and so it doesn't get disheartening because I've already went through that process with like a previous channel long ago, in which I'm gonna let you know that was a process. I'll hook you guys up with I can't show um they're not inappropriate, you guys, so it's not like that. Um a lot of my videos though I can't like feature on Twitch because of their policy in regards to like cannabis and stuff like that, to be honest. But funny enough, this is gonna probably seem strange to you guys, but my other channel is not a video gaming channel. So like it is more of a company channel. Hold on one second. I'll share it with you guys. Boom. And you'll see that that's also me, but obviously crafting different things. Obviously I have videos on doing stonemason work and stuff like that too, but to some of the people that stream this game, some of them are really good streamers, but they give up after like 90 days or like 6 months. And honestly, most of the people I know that have done well on any of that stuff do not do well right off the bat. It doesn't work like that. Like, so one of the things I learned a long time ago, which just has nothing to do with crafting, is that especially on YouTube, there are people with thousands of videos on a subject. And so if I Google that or look it up on YouTube, the person that's most relevant to the subject and to you is going to show up, right? And so if you've never seen one of my videos and you Google Entropia, the guy with more videos on Entropia is more likely to show up. I mean, that's just reality. And so, in all honesty, you have a hard time on at least YouTube even starting to show up at first. And so that's why I like to support people that are like newer streamers and stuff like that. Because in all honesty, at first, if you're new and you don't like dancing on the stage just to dance on the stage, and I'm not trying to be mean, you're not going to have an audience. Like, there's not people just sitting there just because you decided one day you wanted to do something. And so, but there's been several really good streamers that I thought were going to like really be long-term Entropia streamers. And I don't know. They could have had personal stuff too. But that is why I like to raid in at the end of my thing. I think it's more or less people have really helped me out, in all honesty, a ton. And so it's kind of a good thing to do. Plus, Entropia is a social game. But regardless of that, if I played a different game on a consistent basis and knew people to raid down into, I probably would. Just as a. So, exciting stuff here, right? It also does make it a lot easier to eventually get used to cameras when you do it too much. In which, in all honesty, just having a camera in my face used to freaking totally freak me out. A lot. Like, which is such a weird thing. Oh, yeah. No, I get a good amount of views on that. And so, they're good videos. I'm gonna do another update. That's why what I do on Fridays is that channel gets Fridays and another channel gets another day of the week, and so it's a good hobby. I straight up gardening and stuff like that, crafts or even like art like that is good stuff that refills your soul. And so I'm not even like a profoundly I'm not profoundly I'm not like a artist, but I can tell you that I would rather mess around and play around with some paints and have something that's half looking and cool myself than go to Pier 1 or buy some piece of crap at Walmart type thing. And so, um, to me, like crafts and stuff like that, gardening and stuff that refills your soul is really good. Especially since sometimes I do inscriptions for headstones and stuff. And that's super serious. And in all honesty, you can't inscribe a headstone without like kind of thinking, especially when you inscribe anybody's headstone with the birth date that's like they're younger than you or like a whole bunch of stuff. Basically, you sit there and you think, and that's like if you deal in that kind of stuff, thinking about it a lot is better to get your mind on other stuff, right? But I will tell you guys, I've inscribed a ton of headstones. You should always live for the day to be happy because no crap, man. You really do not know. Like the strangest way. You know what I mean? Like our world just works weird. Our world is very complicated and you never know. Like straight up never know. And so that's the one good thing. If you go out and you inscribe a bunch of headstones, it will make you more serious about like, holy crap, I gotta get my crap together. Like, really, really serious about it. That's enough introspective stuff though. We're almost done with this crafting session. I feel 6 hours is too long and I have too hard of a time keeping on track for 6 hours straight. as a crafting session. Like if we were clicky click shooting things, it wouldn't have been the same. But in all honesty, crafting for 6 hours is an immense thing, I think. By the way, I'm gonna get stone crafting, well, like sandblasters and stuff like that, at my own house that aren't at the company I work for doing headstones, so that I can do some inscription and sand carving stuff that's not to do with headstones. I'm gonna also do that on YouTube and on Twitch. I just haven't bought the stuff yet because I honestly don't know. Like, that stuff's expensive, and I don't really have an immediate plan to kick that on. But super excited about that. Probably gonna do a bunch of runes and type like old school stuff into stone things. I don't really know yet, but we'll figure that out. So crafting, and then other crafting. It'll somehow make sense eventually. But number one thing is what I mean is basically you guys should find some stuff that makes you happy and do that. Like don't just be doing stuff because if you like streaming and playing video games and stuff like that, jump up on the stage because you're up on the stage, not because you have an audience. And like honestly, a lot of people are really good at this. If they did it for 2 or 3 years, they'd have a giant audience. And so we just hit 5,000, so we know it took 250 ped in materials to do that. Let's find out what happened. Oh, so we're down, what would that be? 15.7 ped is what we're down. So very small amount, honestly, you guys. That's a little over 5% down, correct? Yeah, 5% down. And so likely if we would have faced the markup on these materials instead of just going and mining them and getting an HOF, you could add another 5% cost to that somehow. I'm going to click this down real quick. We're going to look up the one thing that I told you guys I was going to look up, the basic sensors. Yeah, I told you guys that people make the crap out of these. So I'll show you basic sensors. It's one of the ones we got. Okay, so a basic sensor, 120% markup. That seems like ridiculously overly expensive. I don't remember them being that much when I used to make them. So for a first level blueprint, that's actually not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's look at this. And I got one of those. If you guys want to shoot here, by the way, you can grab any of these blueprints that aren't the limited ones because I already have all of them. In fact, multiples, it looks like. Let's look. Why is this 120%? It's 103%, so it's not because of that. The Belcar cost. Look at that. So they're not really even making money at that 120% mark, probably, you guys, just to be honest. Okay, so let's go over what we got blueprint-wise. We got a component widget. That looks like I'm staring at that girl. I'm sorry. I'm going to step just slightly like this so that we're not looking over our shoulder, looking very awkwardly. We've got basic bearings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 basic bearings. So that's accurate. I'll have to answer that back in a second. Got some welding wire, some vehicle suspension, structure, and the sheet metal. Honestly, this sheet metal is probably the most valuable one to somebody in that sensor. Those actually would be handy for somebody, so I'll probably pull them aside. All the rest of this stuff is not absolutely that. I'll pull this aside. But if you're new and you want to shoot here, I would hook you up with this. I'm going to probably be here off stream for 5 minutes or so anyway. Um, as I'm doing some stuff, I want to make sure we got everything. That was not as impressive as I wanted it to be, though. Those are ones that we're collecting from other runs. It'll make sense later on that too. Well, not really, but um, I want to thank you guys for hanging out. Hold on one second. I'm going to make sure to find a Entropia person real quick. Okay. Don't know these people, but we're going to go with one. This guy looks like he's probably a good streamer, actually. So I'm going to root for him. I think this guy's going to be good, you guys. I don't know him. We'll find out. I'll watch him for a second, too. Thank you guys for hanging out. Peace, very best wishes, and you guys have a great day.